Welcome everybody. Continuing Blender, continuing 4 weeks training program by Blender Guru. Yesterday we started an Anvil tutorial, past 6 first parts. which represent modeling of the anvil. So we completed modeling, and as you can see, this is the result. This is our anvil. It looks like this. And next part is about UV mapping. I briefly watched it yesterday, but I didn't do any practical tasks with my anvil, so today I'm going to make it together with Blender Guru. So let's start. Let's just dive in.
Add seams all the way around it, and now check it out, the final unwrap, and there it is. Beautifully unwrapped mesh. If you've ever played a video game or you've watched an animated movie, then chances are you've already seen something that's been UV unwrapped, because it's required for nearly every textured 3D model. Doesn't matter if it's a character or a house. UV unwrapping is the step you do before you can apply an image texture to a model, because it tells the software the position, rotation, and the scale of the texture.
Just a second. Why no music? Music! I cannot work without music. It's very boring. Boring. Boria. Let's start this one. Okay. Alright. Let's start.
On each face of the model. The best way to visualize UV unwrapping is to imagine that your model is made out of paper and you are trying to lay it flat on a surface without tearing it.
Do you hear me? 1, 1, 1, 2. Так, ви мене чуєте? Добре. Continue.
So, in order to do that, what you would have to do is you would have to make cuts in your mesh so that the different parts of the model could unfold without tearing. So, as an example, with this cube here, we know that looking from the top, if we were to make 3 cuts along that top lid there, that lid could open. And then if we were to make 2 further cuts, then that whole section could unfold. And then if we were to just do 2 more cuts on the front, then the entire thing would be laid down flat. Now, if you were to have a look at that underneath, that look there, that image, that is the UV image editor. That is what you're looking at when you are seeing an unwrapped mesh. You're looking at it as if it was made of paper and it's laid flat. And in fact, if you were to basically snapshot a texture on top of that so that the texture stuck to the faces and then reassembled it, that is what UV unwrapping is it's putting the texture over those faces, that when you see it on the 3D model, that's where the texture appears. And you'll note also, having a look at this, that where there was a seam, where there was a cut, there's a discontinuation of the texture. Whereas where there was no cut, you can see that the texture is continuous. So for this reason, the aim of the game when it comes to UV unwrapping is to generally, you want to lay it flat with the least number of visible cuts possible. So, I mean, there's a few other, there's one exception to it, which I'll mention right at the end of this tutorial, but
I think seam means cut, right? Seam. Шов. Запишва. Розшарок, руб, шиття, шов, шрам.
But that is generally the aim 99% of the time. So for this tutorial, I'm going to be UV unwrapping our famous anvil here, which if you haven't got, you can download the file in the YouTube description. And let's get into it. So first of all, let's just try and put an image texture on this anvil. Okay, so first of all, let's give it a materials to start with. And instead of a color for our diffuse channel, I'm going to use image texture. Doesn't matter which
So we add material, image texture instead of color. base color, image texture. So actually, you know, we can just make like this. We have very nice add-on switched on here, and we can just use any material we like. For example, metal, and we can just find something which we like here. Kaput. Okay, let's just download texture Rust plane. €2. Maybe have some free of charge textures. Credits, resolution, sort by free metal. This one. Okay, wait. Login. Free metal 4K download option, free download, Blender Guru for Weeks training with one, Anvil tutorial, save.
Image texture you use, I'm just going to be using one off Polygon. I'll put the link in the YouTube description if you want, but it's just this one. It's a white and brown looking patchy thing. It'll allow us to see, you know, how the texture.
I guess we have to unpack this. Texture, metal texture, sphere cube, image texture, open, metalness JPEG, open image.
Looks on our model, which is all we want. Okay, now we've done that, so how should it look, right? Well, if you had a model that was UV unwrapped, then you would see the texture on the model, but clearly ours is not showing up, and the reason for that, of course, is that it is looking for UV information which currently does not exist. So if we were to split our view here, and actually I can just shrink that because I don't need that anymore, or at least for the moment. If we were to open up the UV image editor right here, if you
UV editor, material. Yeah, I mean, now it looks terrible. Pretty
if you were to
terrible.
select your entire mesh in edit mode, if you had a mesh which had been UV unwrapped, you would see information here. And by information, I'll show you in a second, but you would see it there. So the fact that we don't see anything, we just see a blank grid, that means that we haven't UV unwrapped our mesh yet, which is, yeah, true. That's why we're doing it as a tutorial. So let me show you the quickest and the easiest, the laziest way to UV unwrap something. And that is to use, first of all, with everything selected, if you were to hit U, which is U for unwrap, out of all these options here, if you were to click Smart UV Project, and then just click OK on these default settings.
Okay. U. And it's not working. Not again, please, not again. U. Okay, let me check. Let me check. Infinity palette. No. Blender shortcuts. UV editor. Weld, pin, unpin. Image editor. I mean, are we just supposed to hit render? I have no camera. No, wait, it's not it. UV editing. Okay, never mind. No difference. Really no difference, right? Right.
You would get this. So it's UV unwrap the mesh automatically. And if we were to look at it in texture view mode, like that, then you would see
texture.
that the texture has been applied to our model. So you might be thinking, well, that's fantastic. Why is there so much more left of this video, right? Why is it so long when clearly it looks perfect? Well, it might look perfect at first, but actually if you were to zoom right in there, you would see some problems. The biggest one is right here, yeah, on the base here. You can see what, I mean, it looks like a glitch in the texture, but really that is because of that step that we just did. When we hit U and we clicked Smart UV Project, we left it up to the computer. We left it up to Blender, I should say, to basically cut up our mesh, which is really what UV unwrapping is, inserting cuts into the mesh and then throwing those pieces of the mesh over here on the right-hand side, doing that automatically. And it does an okay job, but you often see problems with it, which is why I generally never use this. I mean, I don't know. If it's something I don't care about, it's going to be in the background, I might use it just because it's so quick to do. But generally, you always get a much better result when you manually unwrap your mesh by hand, which is what I'm going to show you in a second. We are going to disregard all of this, or just ignore it really, because we are going to be yeah, doing it the manual way. Okay, so yeah, imagine that the anvil is made out of paper right now and you have to lay it flat. Where are you going to put the cuts? And more so because you need to have cuts in it, and whenever there is a cut, there's going to be a discontinuation of the texture. So really you want to put the cuts where it makes sense. So you can imagine that, you know, this anvil here, we're going to be putting a texture on it like dirt or grunge, maybe some scratches and some scrapes, right? Well, you know that looking at this, if there was a scrape that was, say, to go across here, it wouldn't make sense for the scrape to go around that 90-degree corner there. Okay, so it actually makes sense to have seams in your texture in certain places, like on that edge there. So that's the easiest thing to start with. Let me just turn off this grease pencil tool here. And actually, I should turn on the screen keys tool. There we go. Okay, so let's start by putting in some cuts. So the way that you do a cut, well, they're called seams, so I'll just call them seams, is by first of all, you select the edge by holding down Alt and then clicking. Oh, hang on. I'm in the wrong selection mode. So clicking on the edge right there, holding down Alt as you click, that'll select the whole edge loop. Then you hit Control E. This will bring up the edge selection here, and then you want to click Mark Seam.
Maxim. And then you click Maxim. So, what we have? Why I cannot see here our mesh? Huh? Okay, now I see it. And now I can play with it. But we will do it other way. So I think material view is more convenient in this case. It's so hard to see the details when this subdivision is on, really. But when it's off, the image looks a little bit like shit. So Shift E. No. What did he press?
Select the whole edge loop. Then you hit Control E.
Control E. Maxim. And now it's red.
This will bring up the edge selection here, and then you want to click Mark Seam. Okay, now when you do that, when you have a look at it in wireframe mode, you can see that it's now red. So that means it's got a seam there. So yeah, we just want to continue this for the rest of the model. So just like I put one there, I know that if there was a scrape, it wouldn't be going around that corner there. So I'm going to put another seam right here, Control E, Mark Seam. All right, and let's just do the exact same thing for the other side. Mark Seam, Mark Seam.
Maxim, where are you, Maxim? Pim, pim, pim. Control E, Maxim. Control E, Maxim. Ctrl-E, Maxim.
Another really easy place where I know that there would be a seam is along the bottom here. And it's generally the easiest one for whatever model you're doing. Like if you've got a character, you know that you can put a seam around the soles of the shoes because there's no way you would want to have a texture continue around that angle there, right? And also you're not even going to see it most of the time. The camera's not going to be looking underneath this anvil. So yeah, so we know we can put a seam there as well.
Right, like this. Yeah, I guess so. Ctrl-E, Maxim. Yeah, it looks fine.
Well, so let's just hit mark seam there. Okay, now if we were to UV unwrap this, so before we selected everything, we hit U and then we hit Smart UV Project. When you're doing it this manual way, putting in the seams yourself, instead of Smart UV Project, you want to hit Unwrap. Okay, which looks very different.
Unwrap. Can we make this texture hide? Disabled, shared. Image view, toolbar, hide texture in UV editor, Blender. UV. Preview select mode. Preview select mode. Extend existing selection. I don't know how to hide this texture, because you see it's not really visible, all these points in the mesh. I mean, this one more or less helps, at least to see what we have. I'm sorry. I mean, can I hide it somewhere? Maybe in this area? Linear, flat, repeat, single image. When it's white like this, it's like too bright for me. Really bright. It's hard to look. And if like this, it's just not so good visibility. I mean, if I make this like dash white is visible a little bit better. Okay, let's leave it white for now. But anyway, now it looks a little bit awful. Okay, let's go next. I want it to look like this here, but I cannot see it here. How I can change this parameter? I already checked everything. Invert. And if I make it inverted, looks a little bit better, easier to see, right? And after this I can just change back, like invert. Flip, resize, pack, reload, replace, select. Same, right?
Okay, you can see that we've just got two objects here. Okay, so when you're looking in UV edit mode here, by the way,
what if I mean it's already changed here to this, to the solid view. Makes no difference. Here it's not changing at all, unfortunately. Okay.
A few shortcuts to help you out. So middle mouse button will be the you can move around the view here, scrolling in and out, that's zoom. And then the same keyboard shortcuts that you're used to over here, such as A to select everything, G to move it around, all that stuff, that also works over here. So A to select everything, deselect. I can select this part of the mesh. Actually, let me just turn this little thing off. Sometimes it's good to have it on, sometimes it's annoying. If I mouse over this selection here, if I hit L, that's going to just select anything which is connected to that island. So these are called separate islands here. So we've got two islands. I know I'm giving you a lot of information right now, but yeah, there's two islands. Now the reason that they are separated is that there is a complete severance. Is that right? Severance? Like if you were to sever someone's head. What I'm saying is that there is a cut that goes all the way around this. So therefore, it's now cut off. Like it was made of paper, it would now be separate to the rest of it. Now to show you an example, if I was to make just one little cut here where that's not a seam, if I was to unwrap this, you would see that they are now joined at just that tiny little place, okay? So yeah, this will make more sense to you the more experience you get with UV unwrapping. But yeah, just for now, know that there's islands. Okay, so this is how it's looking right now. Now let's add a few more seams. So we know that if we were to try to flatten this, we would need to add a seam along here. And also it makes sense, like you wouldn't want to have a scratch that goes around that corner there. So we can make that a seam as well. And let's do another seam right here. And another one on that side to make it equal. Okay, and let's have a look at that now.
So every time when you come to this editor, you need to make it unwrap again. Every time. Edit mode. Oh my god. Oh my god, what did I do? Maxim. 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 Pim. Pim. All right. Why I cannot see what I selected? Ah, I guess this area is this one. I guess I can also like put seam here. Seam. Maxim. Unwrap. Yeah.
You unwrap. Okay, cool. Okay. So really what you're looking for, like when you're looking at this, is when you've finished when there is no more distortion in the mesh. So how do I know if there's distortion looking at this? Well, if you've been UV unwrapping for a while, you could probably have a look at this assortment mess here and go like, yeah, there's some serious distortion going on. But actually there's a tool in Blender, a little trick. A lot of people don't know it exists, but if you hit N, that brings up this toolbar here. There's one that says stretch in the display. Now when you enable stretch,
Is it working here? UV vertex. Metadata. It's not so much options here. Aspect ratio. Because all these options here at the top. So in the old version it works not as in the new version.
What it's doing is it's basically applying a heat map over the UV image editor to show you.
I think I don't need this seam. Yeah, like this. Because this area is fine, I guess. And I don't know what kind of strange I appreciate. Maybe angle, right? Yeah, angle. Because if you choose this one area, this means that I need to unwrap, like cut in sections all these areas which are not like flat. So better to change to angle.
Any place where the UVs are currently stretched, and it is completely interactive as well. And this is really handy. So blue means that it's completely flat, so it's a-okay. Anything other than blue, as you can imagine, green, and then it would eventually go yellow and red if it's severely stretched. Like if I was to drag that out, you can see how the colors change, right? So this is telling us that, yeah, we've got some work to do. So the majority of those colors there are because we've got this horn. So as you can imagine, if this was made of paper, there's no way that you could lay this horn flat without stretching or ripping the paper. So we want to add in some cuts. So for starters, it would make more sense if we were to just sever that entire section of the map so that it can be free. Okay, so there we go. So now it's free to sort of distort itself without changing the rest of our mesh here. That's why it sometimes helps to make a lot of cuts and sever things. So I also know, yeah, these corners here. This is the process that I use when I'm UV unwrapping. I'm just looking at the model and I'm thinking, where should there be a cut? Where does it make sense for there to be a cut? I know it makes sense for there to be one there. So let's UV unwrap that. Okay, cool. So we were now able to sever that part of it. So this part is now free. It's no longer being stretched around. Let's have a look. Actually, we don't need to put another seam across there. We could if we want to. All right, let's, okay, so this area right here, this is definitely going to have some stretchiness on it. And we know that if we were to look at it, if I was to turn on sync, if I select this, you can
Sync. What is sync? So how did he do?
if we were to look at it, if I was to going to have some stretchiness on it. And we know that if we were to look at it, if I was to turn on sync, if I select this,
Sync. What is sync? See, I don't have any sync. Constraint to image mounts. No, not this one. Unwrap. Sticky selection mode. Ah, okay. Now I can see it. So this is our sync. Sync. So let's make it first. This one, Maxim, and this one, Maxim. This one, Maxim. Unwrap. Why it's blue? Ah, I meant Mark Sharp, not Mark Sim. Unwrap. Okay, this is our horn. Alright. Yeah, this is it. This is this area. like this. This is what he did.
You can see that it's that part of the mesh there. So if you don't know what you're looking at, which one has the heat on it, you can just use that sync selection there and then just click it. Right. So I need to sever this from the rest of it for starters. So I'm just going to put a seam all the way around it. And now if I UV unwrap it, it disappears and it's now appeared over here. Okay, and this one's really easy to do. I mean, this is the inside of that hole. The hole which I learned from all the YouTube comments. If it's an anvil, there's supposed to be a hole that goes straight through the anvil at the bottom. I had a look at reference photos for like a month of different anvils, and I never actually saw a photo from the top. So yeah, if you want to, that can be your homework. You can put a physical hole in your anvil that goes all the way through. I don't think anyone would ever notice it, so it doesn't matter. So to UV unwrap this is pretty simple. It's the inside of it. Doesn't really matter where you put the cuts. You're not really going to notice them. But just like if it was a cube, I'm just going to put them on those corners there. And now, if I UV unwrap this, haha, look at that.
So we choose which one we choose. This one. What do I choose? And from this side as well. This one. I mean, sometimes it's really hard to see which one exactly you need. Why? Wait. Unwrap. Yeah. I guess so. Блять, sometimes it's really hard because of all of this. Because of all of this amount of vertices and edges. Phew. Mark Sim. Unwrap. I mean, it's not working for my case, I guess. Cannot understand how to make it properly. Where does it has this like broken lines? What is this area? Where is it? Which point is it? This one? I mean, is it really so big deal? Just because it's a little bit under angle? This line? Fuck this plate. Good.
It's that easy. Okay, so that is a perfect example of going from
How did he make
there, and now my
make
UV
it?
unwrap just doesn't. So to UV unwrap this is pretty simple. It's the inside of it. Doesn't really matter where you put the cuts. You're not really going to notice them. But just like if it was a cube, I'm just going to put them on those corners there. And now if I UV unwrap this, haha, look at that. It's that easy. Okay, so
No,
that is a
it's not
perfect
working
example
like
of
this.
going from stretched to non-stretched. Okay, all right, so this whole area here, which is looking very stretched, that is the horn. Okay, so I know that, yeah, we can put another seam here. Basically, wherever there's a 90-degree angle, you can feel free to put a seam in. So actually, this anvil is quite simple, really, because there's a lot of 90-degree cuts and places where you would typically see a seam in real life anyway. If you're doing
Very hard, very hard. Also these areas. Why it's so red? Shit. Fucking shit. Make this mark seam. Maxim. Let's see what we get. Unwrap! Fucking shit. I mean, we can cut this one somewhere in this area, I guess. In this area. Like this. Maxim. Did I Maxim? Yeah. It's Mark. Блять. Maxim. Unwrap. I mean, it still looks like shit, but maybe nobody cares. Maybe nobody cares, блять. Блять. I mean, I guess it's fine. This area also fine. This is not critical, as for me. Okay, we can just make some cuts like this. Let's see what happens. Not so much changes, but okay. Two minutes break, I need to go toilet. I'm here.
Doing a character, it gets interesting with the face, because you know, there's places where you have to put a seam in there. You don't really have a choice. So yeah, so let's put a seam here. Let's just have a look at this. And actually, I'll show you, by the way, because when you're looking at this heat map thing, you're sort of thinking like, okay, why does it even matter if it is stretched? I'll show you. So if we were to have a look at this in textured view mode, you can see that the rest of our model looks really good right now. Let me get a drink. It looks really good, except for the horn. Okay, so that is what happens when you've got stretching going on in your UV layout. You've got blurriness, and that's really, really undesirable, because really, this floor here is going to represent an image. So an image, let's say it's a 2K image, 2000 by 2000 there. So this horn section here has been reduced to this tiny section of the grid floor, which might only be, I don't know, 200 by 200 pixels, for example. Which means when you're looking at this whole horn here, it's trying to stretch those 200 pixels over that giant section of the horn there. So obviously, it's not looking correct. So the horn, let's get to it. I know that I can put another loop cut around here, because that horn, there's a very harsh cut there. So let's put another cut all the way around. Cool. Hit Control E, mark seam, UV unwrap it. Cool. Now all we've got is the actual horn itself, this bit. I guess I have to turn that thing off whenever I want to do that island select thing. But this whole section here. So in order to unwrap that, we need to add a seam this direction, like somewhere in that long direction. Because if it's a cylinder, like imagine if you've got a tin of baked beans, you have to, in order to unpeel the wrapper, you have to choose a place to do a cut in order to unpeel it. So a cylinder needs to have a cut in order to unwrap. So if I put it up here, it would be noticeable, because typically the camera is going to be above it. So I'm going to put it somewhere where it's unlikely that the camera would see it. So right down there, I'm going to mark that seam. And now look at this. You unwrap. And look at that. So there's still some stretching going on right at the tip here, but the majority of it is now blue, which is fantastic. So to get rid of that stretchiness at the tip there, all I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a cut. Sorry, not a cut. Yeah, a seam right there. Just like if it was made of paper. Hit U, unwrap, and look at that. Now, if we have a look at this in the textured view mode, look at that. So you can see we've now got the proper detail that we need to have on the horn. There is a little seam there, but hopefully we won't see it when we position the camera. Hopefully you won't really notice that. There are some cases where you're just going to have a seam, and it might look a little bit ugly. And there's often not really a way around that unless you're using a texture painting software, which I'll mention at the end there. Now there is finally just this little bit up here where there is some stretching going on. So that is because we have got this whole section here, right? And just like the cylinder, you have to add one cut in it. So I'm going to just add a cut right here. Add a seam, and now unwrap. And there it goes. I don't know where it went, but it's all blue. So have a quick look around. Oh, there's a little bit here that will need to be fixed. So let's just see. So I think it is that edge.
Just a little bit. A little bit. Not a big problem. Not a big deal at all. Not a big deal. I think it's okay, it's okay. I think it's fine. It's fine, yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Definitely it's fine. I think it's not a big problem at all. Right? Oh, yes, very right. This area is not a big problem at all. Just some small stretchings here. But nobody cares, yeah. It's almost blue, so it's
Edge
fine.
right there. I'm just going to have a look in this select. Yep, it's that edge right there. So I know that if I put a seam there, let's put another seam right here. Whoops, that was a freestyle. What was that? Freestyle edge. Let's do another one on the other side. You could, if you want to, by the way, do a seam all the way up the sides. Sorry, this part, because there's enough of an angle there that you really, I think it would be okay if there was a seam. But let's just see how this looks now. Unwrap. Okay, that is all pretty much blue. I'm just taking a quick look, making sure there's no other colors. Oh, right there. Okay, so this is just at the top. Some of you probably already spotted it, but we did that step.
I mean, all these forms on his mesh, they are so square, they're so easy to understand where to cut. In my case, you see, it's all like some interesting stuff. Where I supposed to cut here? It's round. I don't know. Here, or where? It's round. If I will cut it, it will still be round, right? I guess so. So, what am I supposed to do in this case? So, we don't give a shit about this. Look at this area. Look at this area. So I need to cut all of this.
For that part, but not this part. So let's just add seam there, and then, man, getting really minute here. Zoom right in there. Add seams all the way around it, and now check it out, the final unwrap, and there it is. Beautifully unwrapped mesh. And that is it. So if we were to have a look, have a look at this in textured view mode, you would see that the texture is...
Yeah, let's check the texture. I guess it's no changes at all. There's no changes. Really. Right? This is this cuts. It didn't change anything. Mostly. Okay. I don't give a shit. I'm sorry. Why I cannot choose anything? I don't know, looks fine for me. Looks fine for me. I don't know how to cut this to make it looks good. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't give a shit. Fuck you. Wait, where did I change this? Image. Invert. Okay. Похуй, похуй.
It's continuous where it needs to be, where it makes sense. This dirt is all in one continuous direction. These edges here, like I said, you could put a seam along that edge there if you want. In my case, I don't think I actually need it. It doesn't look blurry or stretched to me. You've got a seam up here where that bit goes in there, but that's all right. Yeah, so I mean, some people would call that seam undesirable, but really this is the worst it's ever going to look with this texture map on it right now. When you actually get to the texturing stage, yeah, we'll be able to, like, you should generally, you wouldn't have a black and white texture like this that's so severe like that. But yeah, there is going to be a few places that look a little odd right now, but generally this is looking great. Now, this entire video I've been showing you the method of trying to avoid seams, trying to avoid visible seams, we should say, right? That's been the whole approach that we've been doing. But I mentioned at the start that there was an exception to the rule, and that is if you're using the other workflow. So this workflow works if you are taking a texture that you found online or something seamless, and you're just going to be, adding it like this. Because in this case, yeah, it really does matter where the seams are. The only case where it doesn't matter is if you are actually going to be doing texture painting. Okay, so as an example, I can show it. There we go. Here is the anvil, and what I've done is I've just hit U, Smart UV Project, one click, one button. Like I showed you at the start, it's really lazy, and it's cut it up in a really messy way. It had like a huge seam across the front here. So I want to show you now, if I was to use this with texture painting, I'll show you why it doesn't matter. Because this was in texture paint mode, I can actually paint directly onto the model here, right? I'll just show you this really quickly. And you can see that as I'm painting it directly on the model, it's drawing it on the appropriate UV island. So for example, you remember that we had this really heinous looking seam going across here. Well, you can see I can paint directly across it. It doesn't matter where I paint because it's going to add it to the correct part of the UV layout, which is really cool. And so that's one positive, is that when you're doing this method and when you're doing texture painting method, you can just hit U, and then you save a lot of time because you can just go Smart UV Project, who cares? Because I'm just going to be painting on top of it. But the downside is that once you have finished your painting, you can't really change anything other than if you were to manually go in there and fix your painting. Like if I decided at this point that the position of these are wrong, or that if something's like overlapping another one, I'll show you. Like if I overlap some of these, right, as an example, if you've got parts of it that are overlapping, it's horrible for texture painting, because you'll notice that I'm now painting in more than one place at the time. Like it's painting down there at the same time as it paints it up there. So you can't have overlapping parts of it. And also, if I didn't like the scale of this smoke here, I couldn't just scale this up because now the rest of my painting doesn't fit with it. So you're really restricted after you have finished painting. Like you're set to that, you're banged to rights. Whereas with the method that I showed you in the tutorial, I could I could scale this and go like, yeah, I want to make this texture really, really small. I could have parts of it that overlap. It doesn't matter. I have full control over it once it's finished. So because this is a seamless texture, I can go like bigger than the UV grid, you know, whenever I want. So those are the comparisons there. I think honestly, still probably 98% of the time you're going to be using this method because it allows you the most freedom. And also, like if you were to use this method of texture painting, like you can't have any procedural or download any textures really, because if you've got a seam in that texture, that like if you're using this as a mask and you were going to use an actual image texture underneath it, you would still be able to see the seams because the image texture isn't painted on there. Hoping this makes sense. That probably didn't make any sense to you, but yeah, just trust me. Probably like, yeah, so for a few usage cases, if you were working on a movie or a video game and it was a hero asset, you would be painting in everything by hand. That's when you would really care. That's when you would use this method, but all the other times you're going to be using this method. And just as an example, this is an asset that was from the Kamen Rider 2, the open Blender movie, and you can see this is the cart, and you can see that they are using the method that I showed you in the tutorial, because all of these UV layouts are overlapping each other, which you obviously couldn't do if there was texture paint involved. In fact, they might actually have 2 UV layouts. I didn't even check that. That's a good point. No, they've only got 1. There you go. But yeah, anyways, so we've spoken about a lot in this tutorial, but I'm hoping that it made some sense to you. Yeah, that is UV unwrapping. If you found it useful, if it makes sense, please give it a thumbs up so that other people can find it, and leave a comment. Let me know what you make with it. Always interested in seeing what people make. Thank you for watching, and subscribe for more tutorials. If you would like to see our next tutorial
This is what I make. This is what I fucking make. This is this. Is it good? Please leave a comment. Is it good or not? It really matters for me a lot. Please. This one, I think it's very good. This. I think it's very good. Yes. I think this one also very good. What the fuck is this? I didn't put this cut. How it's even appeared here? I don't know. Just somehow. Let me remove it because it's very strange. I didn't put this cut here. I don't know why it's cutted here. Wait. I mean, I have a lot of vertices which are doubled, I don't know why. Maybe now it will be better. Control E, mark seam. What is this? Clear seam. I think this seam is not needed here. This one also not needed. Clear. No need, no need. This one no need. No, clear. Why it's not clearing the seam? Fucking shit. Why I cannot clear this seam? Huh? Clear seam. Clear seam. Clear seam. I just wanna make it how it logically supposed to be. Clear seam. So it's supposed to be like this, this, this. Merci. This one no need. Clear sim. Why it's looking like this? Hmm? What happened? Hmm? New editing. Unwrap. And what we see? We can still see some areas looking very bad. But why? This point, where is this point? Why? Why it's so stretching here? How can I change this? How? Tell me how. What is this area, блядь? Why it's so round here? There is no round corner in this area. It's just two squares here. Why it looks round here? I cannot understand. In his mesh it looks like this. Straight angle. Here it's straight angle, but here it looks like it has this round. Like this line is round. In which area it is round? Show me. Where is it round like this? Where? Anyway, fuck you. Okay? Fuck you. Fuck you. Just fuck you. And that's it. I mean, it looks fine. But this metal looks like a stone, not like a metal. Does it have any better pictures here? Corroded heavy. Heavy.
In this series, we are going to be, what are we going to be doing? We're going to be doing some sculpting on
What if you open this one? This one not really looking like a metal, but we can change it maybe by adding some metallic to it. Something like this. But you see, anyway, this area is shade smooth. Yeah, this area is strange. Maybe we need to add more subdivision to make it look better, right? Yeah, like this it looks much better. Okay, let's save it. Unreal 10. Unwrapping done. Texturing completed. Oh, it's named wrong. Okay.
And now, watch this. If I just lightly tap right here, I can very easily just create the illusion of a well-worn edge, like something that's been hit with a hammer or it's scraped against something, and I'm just lightly just tapping it like that. In this tutorial, we are going to be making these chips and scrapes and little nicks and, you know, the stuff that really gives the anvil its character. So
Why so many noise?
this same method could be used for cars, robots, a whole bunch of things. It's adding surface detail, and it's needed for a lot of things that you model. So yeah, this is where we finished at the end of the last video. We had UV unwrapped our beautiful anvil, which is great. Now we're going to do some sculpting. Now for my my more experienced viewers out there might be wondering, why on earth why did we do the UV unwrapping first and now we're going to do sculpting? Surely it should be the other way around. Well, actually, we are going to be sculpting on a separate mesh, and then we're going to be baking that detail in the next video onto the mesh that we have here. So we've UV unwrapped it for a reason, so that when we do the baking, it's okay. But yeah, in this video, let's do some sculpting, okay? And if that made no sense to you, don't worry. That's just for the people that did understand it. Okay, so we do not need.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
So I'm going to collapse that, or just make it the properties bar. That's good. And we're going to change this to solid view. And before we do any sculpting at all, I just want to make one little change to our mesh here. Because I noticed that looking at a lot of reference photos, that actually this edge here is a little bit too soft. Like if you look at this reference photo, for example, you can see that that edge there is pretty tight, and I think it's usually.
I think my edge is pretty tight as well. I will not change it. I like it. It's tight. Right? Right. I like it. I will not change it.
Usually used, like it has to be pretty sharp because what do they do with it? They like hammer stuff with it, and it has to make it like a 90-degree angle, and if it was smooth it wouldn't quite work as well. Anyways, all that is to say is I'm just going to grab this edge here by holding down Alt and clicking, which is a good reminder. Turn on that screen keys tool, and I'll just deselect those two vertices there so that they don't move. Double tap G, and that's going to slide it up. And then I'm just going to do the exact same thing here. Double tap G, good. This one here as well. Deselect that one and that one. Double tap G, and look at that. We have a nice tight edge, and it looks extra sharp. Just one thing though, make sure that because that's part of the edge that's part of that circle, so we don't want that to move. But that's good. Okay, that looks extra sharp and good. So, I mentioned something about baking. So we're going to do it in the next video, but it's important at this stage that you take a copy of this mesh and move it to a new layer. So we're going to hit Shift D, then hit Escape, and then I'm going to hit M to move it, and I'm just going to move it to the second layer. Okay.
Shift D, Escape, M. So he means new collection, right? Duplicated. Anvil. But why am I so bad at typing? Anvil. Whew. Main anvil. Main anvil. Pim, 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 pim.
Okay, so layer 1 and layer 2, you'll have the exact same mesh. So on layer 1, this is the only one we're going to work on for this tutorial, but we're going to do all the sculpting and we're going to do it all messy, and we won't care that we're ruining the UV map that we did in the last tutorial, that we're making a mess of everything, because we're just going to bake it in the next video. And if baking doesn't make any sense, don't worry, it will when we get there. Okay, so we're going to do some sculpting. Now, if we were to just jump and do some sculpting like right now, what you would find is that there's not a lot of detail here, right? And that's because it's working off of this detail that we have here, and it's not a lot of detail.
So we need to add subdivision.
So what we want to do instead is apply our subsurf modifier. And now, once it is applied, now when you draw, you can see that you have more detail to work with. Now, one thing before we get into any of the details, you'll notice that, actually, have I? Oh no, that's fine. You'll notice that if you look at the reference photos that, like on this one here, you can see that, by the way, these reference photos, if you want them, link to that is in the YouTube description. But these, it's got like what appears to be like hammering all over it. So it's just like wobbly, bent, it's just a bent piece of metal, right? Like that's the anvil's job, is to just get hit with hammers all day long. So it's just got marks all over it. So you could do that with the sculpt brush, you know, dunk, 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 dunk. But that's quite tedious, and as artists we want to be lazy. That's the way to it, because that's when you actually do time-saving things. So, so what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to add a displacement modifier right here, which will make it look inflated.
Okay. Apply. Apply. Fucking shit. Look how many details we have now. How many vertices we have now. Vertices. Alright, so... I'm sorry. This place. Bam. It looks funny. Actually, it looks fun. Ooh. Pim. Okay, next.
Inflated, but we're going to give it a new texture, which will make it look deflated. And then go to the texture panel here, change it to displacement texture, change it from image to clouds.
New. Clouds.
And now you can see what we're aiming for. The strength is way too high by default, so I'm going to drag that down to a really low value. And I actually think something around 0.015 is going to do the job. So it's just a light battering all the way over. Not too much.
0... I mean, no. Yeah. 0.02 pim. How many subdivisions he had? Because I have too many of this tool. Why I have so many of these squares? He doesn't have it at all, but I have.
So I'm going to
Why I have all these squares? Even if it's textured. Should smooth. Ah, okay. Now it's smooth. Yeah, now much better.
Drag that down to a really low value, and I actually think something around 0.015 is going to do the job. So it's just a light battering all the way over. Not too much, because you don't want there to just be detail uniformly across everything. That's really what the sculpting thing is going to be for. But this is just, you know, a light battering. So I'm going to hit apply on that, which means that it's now actually going to be part of our wireframe. They'll be very slightly bent around. Okay, cool. So sculpting. Let's do some sculpting. Now that we've got all this ready, if I just start drawing here, you will see that I am drawing and sculpting into our mesh. So sculpting, right? All the options are in the toolbar, which you enable and you access by hitting T on your keyboard. Now, the first thing to note is that as you draw here, you'll notice that it's drawing it in two places. It's sculpting here, but it's also sculpting there. Why is that? It's almost like it's got a mirror modifier applied. Well, it's not the mirror modifier, but it is underneath here when you're sculpting. By default, it's got the option mirror X turned on in Symmetry, which wouldn't be a bad thing if, you know, every single asset you worked on was on the correct axes, but it's often not, and sometimes you don't want things mirrored. So I personally think it shouldn't be on by default. It should be off. In our case, though, what we do actually want, we do want it mirrored, but we don't want it left to right like that. We want it across the Y axis. So I'm going to click Y, and now when I draw over here, you can see it's drawing it over there. So this is obviously the way it's supposed to go because, yeah, even though, you know, technically...
Sculpting. Hello. And now we go to brush settings, symmetry, Y. Din 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 din. Very nice. Very fucking nice.
You shouldn't, like, if there's a dent on this side, there's not necessarily going to be a dent on the exact same spot on the other side, but it will be so unnoticeable from the point of view of the camera that, and it'll save you so much time, you won't have to do double the work over here, that it's definitely worth doing. So that's why we're going to do it. Okay, so as you draw, as you sculpt, you know, I'm just clicking as I do this, you'll see that it's actually physically changing the geometry. So that's what the sculpt tool will do, which, you know, might sound like, oh, you know, why is that such a big deal? Well, you often work so much with modifiers and things that it's rare to see the geometry actually moving around, but it is. But what that means is that it's actually going to base it off of what you've got in the wireframe here. So that means that if I was to draw right here, for example, you can see that it's quite blocky. And the reason for that is that there isn't a lot of detail here. Whereas if I was to draw right here, there's still not a fantastic amount of detail, but there is more there because we've got more detail along that edge. So that's actually quite annoying. If you are a sculpting person, if you're a sculpting artist, actually I can move that out of the way now, you don't want to have to think about the detail. Like as you're sculpting wherever, you want to be able to put, you know, some detail here, detail here, detail up here, and you don't want to have to think about, you know, is there enough underlying detail underneath it? So there is an awesome tool in the sculpting tool, this toolbar right here. Right here, there's one called DynTopo, which stands for Dynamic Topology. And what it does is if you enable it, it'll give you a scary warning, and that's because we've got UV unwrapping information part of the mesh, but doesn't matter. Which if you enable this, it will destroy that information. Doesn't matter because we've got it on layer 2. Ours is fine. But when you use Dynamic Topo, what it will do is it will dynamically retopologize the mesh as you draw. What does that mean? Well, instead of it actually using this wireframe information here, you can see that on the area that I drew there, it's hard to tell because it's almost the same level of detail as that, but it's actually adding in detail. And what that means, and it's based off of where you are, like how close you are to the mesh. So if I was to zoom in further, like right here, and if I was to, oh, did I lose it? I did. If I was to draw it again, you can see that I'm able to get extra detail on that little point right there. So it's really a really powerful feature. They have the same thing in ZBrush.
Yeah, it's really useful.
It's great when you're just trying to work out the shape of something. You don't want to have to worry about the topology or any of that stuff. You just want to just put stuff in there, knock holes in it, add detail where it is that you're sculpting. So it's like you're working with a piece of clay, because somebody working with a piece of clay, they don't have to worry about, is there enough detail in this clay? It's clay. So that's what this essentially does. So it's great for that.
Now the interesting question, do we have this DynTopo? Yes, we have. Pim. What is this? Fuck you. Fakuru. Oops. DynTopo. Bim, 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 bim. All right.
Now, the lower that you set this value here to, the more detail you get, because it's based off of, you know, how close you are to the objects. So it's the number of pixels on your screen that is required before it uses another level of detail. I think that's the best way to think of it. So instead of 12, I'm going to set this to 2. And now, when I draw here, you will see that I'm getting a much finer level of detail, right? If you go into edit mode, look at that. So that's why this is so powerful. You don't have to worry about the detail anymore. It's just doing it all automatically, and it's just crazy. You won't have to keep checking the box, by the way. It's just because I keep hitting undo, so it undoes that as well. Oh, and click smooth shading as well, so you don't have to see the ugly wireframe underneath it. Okay, so we talked about symmetry. We talked about dynamic topology. That's good. The brush. The main brush. So that is the most important thing, I guess, as you're sculpting something. The default one is this one called Sculpt Draw, which sort of like if you're drawing something with a paintbrush, it'll draw it and raise it to that level. If you'll see that there's an add and then there's a subtract button there. If you hold down Control, and this works for any of the brushes, if you hold down Control and then draw, it will do the opposite of whatever this is set to. So it's set to add, so holding down Control makes it subtract. And if I set it to subtract and then hold down Control, it will add. Hopefully that makes perfect sense. So basically, as you're sculpting, it's very common to, you know, click, click, control, click, control, control, click, 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 and to switch between the two very, very often. So I'll be doing that as I work. Just, yeah, I know there's a lot of talking and you're thinking, come on, get on with it. But I'm just trying to explain it because this is, for a lot of people, the sculpting introduction. Anyways, the one brush that I'm going to use a lot in this video is the flatten brush. And the reason it's so cool and the reason we're going to use it is because it's good for like right on this edge here. If I just click and go like that, you'll see the effect that it's having. It's almost like it's been hit with something because it's flattening out that corner. Really, really powerful. So what I want you to do is to just work your way along the anvil and just add a few places where it has been hit. Now, the reason I say a few is that it's very tempting when you look at this to go like, oh, sweet. This looks really cool. I'll do heaps of these, right? And just like do this all the way along. The problem is that if you do it too much, like let me show you what I mean, right? If you just do the same chip, like all the way along repeatedly, after a while, it doesn't have any meaning anymore. So I got this tip from a ZBrush talk that I'll actually put the link in the description if you want to watch it. It was by the guys at Blizzard who made Overwatch, and they were talking about their character design and how they have areas of quiet and then areas of detail. So the areas where there's not much, like a quiet area, is an area for your eyes to rest on, and then the areas of detail is something for your eyes to focus on. But you don't want to just have detail everywhere because it's too much for the eye to take in. It doesn't know how to read the character very well, and that applies to everything, not just characters. It applies to assets, it applies to composition, architecture, a whole bunch of things. So I want you to just very sparingly find a few places to put and do them at different sizes as well. So do little ones, do little chips.
Okay, let's start. Oh, so many brushes, very nice. So as you can see now, all these brushes are here, and we choose flatten, and we choose smooth shading, and we make here 2 pixels. Oh, I mean the camera is a little bit fast for me, but anyway. Subtract. Which brush is he using? Flatten. I mean, flatten not working. It's not flattening. Okay, we need to find a brush which will be nice for us. Scrape. No. Fill. No. Crease. No. Clay thumb. No. I mean, I guess it's a subtract, but it's not supposed to be so heavy pronounced, right? Something like this, I guess. It's supposed to be more from the top. You see, I don't like this angle that it's still present here. So you need to make it like really into. something like this.
This shortcut key that I'm using here, by the way, is F, which is changing the radius, the size of it. So you just hit F and then drag it bigger or small depending on what you want. Or you can change it up there as well. Now at this stage, I should also talk about tablets. Dun dun dun, tablets. I know some of you watching, you've only got a mouse and you're like, no, don't make me have to buy something else. You don't need a tablet for this tutorial. You can get by just fine just by clicking. The only reason I want to bring up a tablet is that they are so so useful, and they will rapidly speed up the amount of time, speed up the time that you have to spend sculpting, and it'll allow you, excuse me while I throw my tea bag away, to get better results. Because for example, here, if I wanted there to be a different sized chip, I would have to click many times. I would have to turn down the strength, like if I want there to be a subtle one, and just click a lot, right? However, if I'm using a tablet, see that little button next to it? That enables the tablet pressure, which means the more that the harder that I click on it, you can see with more force there, it's giving it more and more strength. So I can very quickly, without having to click multiple times and set that value really low, I can decide right here, like I want a really big one, and then I want just a really light one, a really small one, and then a really deep one, you know, and I can do all that just by pressing. And it's so natural because it's, you know, everybody's used to drawing with a pencil, and the harder you push something, so it's not essential. And if you're just getting started in Blender, I would recommend not buying a tablet until you are sure that, for one, you're even going to continue with Blender, because, you know, you don't want to be one of those people that just rushes. Like, I knew a friend in high school, I won't call him by name, he might be watching, but he decided he was really into mountain biking, and he went out and bought a really good mountain bike, helmet, pads, convinced his whole family to buy all these mountain bikes, and then with
Yes, very interesting story about mountain bikes. Strength. I mean, I just want to make some small, like, scratches along all the surface, because I think this is how it's supposed to be. And I mean, the more it's going to this working area, I guess it's supposed to be more like damaged. Like here, like really damaged. Even like with something going down here as well. Something like this. Like this. Let's a little bit remove. Yeah, so it's supposed to be like some small damage all along this anvil, because this is, when it's used, it will be damage almost around all this edge surface. like this. I mean, it's not so hard to make it with the mouse. Like he's telling, yeah, I need to make a lot of clicking, but if you get used to it, it's not a big deal. Of course, having a tablet, drawing tablet is much better, but when you have money for such purchases. And just some really small damages here. Yeah, something like this. So it has the small damage and some big areas of damage. Maybe this one can be even bigger, something like this. Like this. Oh, this was too much. Like this.
Within about a month, he'd given it up, and then they just sat in the garage. I'm assuming gathering dust. So you don't want to be like that with your hobbies. Make sure that before you go out and buy a tablet, that you actually do want one. Yeah, this one, by the way, this is a Wacom Intuos. If you're curious what mine is, it's just a tablet. The link for this specific one is in the YouTube description. But really, any tablet.
Actually, what if I want to use? So this is strength pressure, and this one size pressure. Unified radius. Yeah, so this button, enable tablet pressure sensitivity for strength.
Tablet will really do the trick. You know, Christmas, you know, it's September now. Christmas is a few months away. Maybe you could put it on your list. Maybe someone will buy it for you. You know, there are worse Christmas presents. There are a lot worse Christmas presents. I'm actually thinking this year be the first year. I'm thinking of just telling everybody, don't buy me any gifts, like for my family, because I was thinking about like the economics of present giving, right? Like when I was a little kid, I remember my granddad, he was like, nah, I don't want to buy anybody any presents. And so we call him the Scrooge, like Scrooge, ruining Christmas, you know. But now as I'm an adult, I'm like, wait a minute. It makes so much more sense for you to buy your own gifts than for someone to buy it. Because like they did this study where they had a bunch of school kids, and they went out and they randomly gave each of the school kids a treat. Like it was an American study, so they had like, you know, Mars bars, Baby Ruth, Fig Newtons, Nerds, a whole bunch of different lollies. And then at the end of it, they got the kids to rate how satisfied they were with the thing that they were given. And on average, the average rating out of 10 for a lolly that they were given for free was 5. And the reason for that is that some kids didn't like Mars bars. Some kids, Mars bars were their favorite thing ever. Some kids really hate sour things, and so they got a sour lolly. And so they had lower ratings. And then they gave the kids the opportunity to swap their candy with another one. And they had like 60 seconds to do it. And then the average rating went up to like a 9, which is crazy. And it's simulating the economics of gift giving, which I thought was fascinating, because I'm like, yeah, you know what? Like if I was to go and buy my wife a gift, I know her better than anyone else does, and yet
Yeah, let's also adjust in this area. Let's make some damage here also in this. I think that I don't really want mirroring for this area. I mean, he mirrored this area, but okay, never mind. Much better if you make it like not mirrored, but for the studying processes, it's no matter. Okay, let's just take, let's make, let's switch off symmetry and make it smooth. I switched off symmetry, fucking shit. Блять. Ah, fuck you, fucking piece of fucking shit. Symmetry is off, right? Blender is lagging. Yes. Just shut down. Come on, shut down. Come on. Oh no, it's not shut down. Very nice, блять. Okay, something like this. So now we go to fucking smooth, and we just fucking smooth, alright? Like this. Thank you. Thank you, блядь.
Chances are, if I was to spend $50 on her, I would not buy the same thing that she would have bought for herself if she had $50 to spend for herself. So it's like it's a huge, it's a waste on the economy. I don't know. Let me know in the comments what you think of gift giving. I don't know. I'm very curious. Like, I think it's one of those traditions which we should just leave to die. Like, it's obviously the incentive is put there to do it by people that are making money at Christmas time. It's every company, and of course, every Christmas they're not gonna. No one's gonna talk about the effects of gift giving. And anyways, just gonna get off my little soapbox here. Just killing some time whilst I do this sculpting. Okay, so I didn't abide by my own rule there, and I overdid this area here. So here's another little keyboard shortcut. If you hold down Shift and then as you draw it, that is going to smooth it out. So it's the exact same thing as if you were to select smooth there. It's just a short key for it. So it's holding down Shift as you draw, and it will do that. It's a good idea not to smooth everything though. They say that's a common mistake for beginners, is that they try and like smooth out their mistakes, and then you end up with just like a really smoothed out looking thing, and it doesn't look right. So you don't want to do that. So use smooth sparingly. Okay, so I've got a few little chips, and now I'm just going to choose a few of them just to make really big, bold areas. Another one right here. Okay, and that is pretty good. Okay, so you can see like with some, by doing it sparingly, you give more emphasis to the dents. And using like varied amounts, like small ones and then big ones, yeah, it gives more character to it, and yeah, it doesn't have like a uniform look to it. That's the whole point of sculpting, is it gives it an organic, hand drawn sort of feel, or like not hand drawn, but like hand drawn attention. I don't know. Because like there's so many things in CG that are like generated, procedural textures and things like that. And
so I guess we're going to make these bumps all along the edges of the anvil, as I understand. Let's just watch, and after this, if he will make it along all edges, I will do the same.
Because it's so much work doing everything by hand. But sculpting is the one area where you can really give it that look as though it's yeah, it's not done by a computer, like it's actually hand sculpted. So that's why we're doing it. Okay, now you can see, by the way, at this point right here, like where the areas come together, you can see that looks really obvious because that is mirrored, right? So instead of that, what I will do is I'll just turn off, whoops, not dynamic, the symmetry, just turn it off whilst I'm working on this area, so that I can just draw on one side and not the other, and it'll look better than if I hadn't done that. Okay, I'm gonna do fast. I'm gonna do a sped up thing now while I just finish this same thing for the rest of the mesh here. Oh, one other thing to mention before I jump to that is matte cap. So like right down here, you can see I'm about to start sculpting, and it's very hard to see the detail because of the way that the mesh is shaded. So if you go up to shading here by hitting N, that's in the N for properties, then click matte cap. This enables you to change how it looks in the viewport. So it's not adjusting the material, it's not changing anything to do with how it's going to look when it's rendered. This is purely just so that you can visualize it on your screen better. So really, you just pick one which makes sense. Like I generally work with this pink one because it looks has quite nice shading on it. But yeah, it's really just pick whichever one you need in order to get the job done. All right, fast time.
Fast time. Yeah. Let's go, motherfucker. What can I say? Okay. I mean, my laptop is very lagging when I'm making this sculpting, so let's make it a little bit difficult to make sculpting in some areas. Here, just a little bit, just like this, not too much. This area. Блять. What did I do? Easy, easy. Okay. Continue. And this area looks normal. This area. Now we switch off the symmetry. Make it some more details. Switching on back. Some differences in this area. Switch off, add some details. Let's make some smooth. Okay. Now in this area. Mirror. Time to reduce. this, some smooth, some flatten. And smooth again. See, I don't like this one. Let's don't like this. Maybe like small damage. Just like this. I guess this looks fine. There's some bigger damage in the corner area. Smooth. Like this. Like this. Like this. Some small smooth. Actually you can just press shift. Yeah. And this. Tun, 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 tun. Like this. Switching off symmetry, making some more details on other side. So mapping, not mapping, N tool view workspace options view shading matcap tool remesh shading matcap. Where can I find this? View, no, item, properties. I don't know. Texture, filter, cursor, face sets, mask, squid view. I think it just was transferred to some other area, but which area I have no idea. But actually for me it's visible enough, I guess. Yeah, when you need to click a lot of times like this, so many times, it's really annoying a little bit. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. click, click, click. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Ah. Click, 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 click. Sometimes it's too much click, click, click. Just need to smooth it a little bit. Just like this. Too much click, click, click. Smaller clicks works a bit better than very high scale clicks, as for me. also this random changing of the scales also helps to make some better result sometimes. Whoop, some bump here, and it already looks more interesting. Like this, like this. And now we make it bigger, because on the corners is the most affected part always of any object. It's not only about anvil, it's about almost everything. The parts which are more exposed to the outside forces from the more directions, it will always be more damaged. Something like this. I mean, we almost finished actually, so it took not so much time. Okay, let's make this. It's like a heart. Okay, and going up. Click, 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 click. It said that there is no achievements in Blender for amount of clicking. I think if some like this exist in Blender, I could already receive some. Because it takes so much clicks. Really a lot of clicks. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. So on this side it's supposed to be just some minor damages, not so significant. So we just click, 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 and we finished. It will be only horn will be the remaining one, but I'm interested how will he do this, and after this I will make a horn also, because maybe he will use some special technique there. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. You know? I don't know. Just click, 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 click. Click, click, click. Okay, this side more or less done. Here we can make a little bit more damage. Maybe a little bit increase the strength. Because this is corner again. It's much more exposed to the damage. Okay, good enough. Maybe we can add some significant damage in this area like this. Why not? Yeah. And then bum 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 bum. Whew. All right, so this side is fine, this side is fine. Only maybe this area looks a little bit strange. Let's add some more details here. Like this. Like this. No, not like this. Oh, it takes so much time to remove some of the changes because it's too much mesh. If we see the under layer, we can see that there is A lot of mesh, yeah. Let's save as long as it's running. Sculpting in progress. Okay, it's saved. Saved? Whew. Okay, now we are a little bit safer here. So let's increase the strength a little bit more. Okay, like this. Like this. And this area. Because it's too much smoothness here. Okay, something like this. This anvil received very significant damage somewhere. Whew. PC, are you okay? 13 gigs of RAM. So it's a little bit hard for him to compute all this data, but it's okay. Let's save one time. Let's Control S. Control S. Okay.
Okay, so I have I've done those little hits pretty well all over it, except for this back edge here, but I can do that later. You'll notice that I haven't done it on these underside ridges here. Those are perfectly clean, and the reason for that is that it wouldn't make sense for there to be hammering on the underside of the anvil unless the anvil was flipped for some strange reason. So make sure that you're and this goes for texturing, modeling, anything you do. It has to make physical sense first. Like, it has to fit a purpose.
I mean, I didn't make this side really damaged, just a little bit.
So think of somebody using this. Where would they actually hit it? Don't just start battering it just all over like we did with the displacement at the start. But you know what I mean. Like, just think about it carefully. Otherwise, you will end up with a very boring looking asset with just uniform damage all over it. Excuse me. So, what I'm going to show you now is just adding some detail to this horn here. Because you'll notice if you use the flatten brush, like, it doesn't really work that well, and also you get this sort of ribbed look here. So if I change it back to the sculpt draw, and if I hold down control, this is where you're actually going to start using the control. If I do a few hits here, I can start to basically give it the look as though it's been hit with a hammer. However, I keep getting this ribbed look there, and I don't know the exact reason that it does this, but I think it's because it is a curved cylinder. It's that when you actually do the hit right there, it has to retopologize it, and somehow, because it's a round cylinder, you see those edges there. So what I just do is I just hold down shift and I just paint over them, and that's going to smooth them out there. I'm sure somebody could explain to me why this specific shape, it has problems retopologizing, but yeah. So even though I've got that Dynatopo smooth shading thing turned on, it was still a problem. So anyways, hey, why is that? Was Dynamic Topo not turned on before? That's weird. Okay, no, it is there. Okay, for some reason Dynamic Topo just turned off, and I wasn't sure if I had it turned off for the whole thing. I'm sure I would have noticed. But anyways, I'll just smooth this out. Just continue smoothing it out. And it's like once the detail is in there and once it's been smoothed out, then it's okay. So then you can switch back to the sculpt draw, Dynamic Topo, and now I can do those little hammer hits, and there's not really a problem there. That part is new, so I have to do that. But yeah, so just do a few hits along here. You might want to turn off the symmetry where it gets closer to the seam so that it doesn't look too repeated, you know what I mean? Smooth it out a bit, and you're just making it look like it's been hammered. Look at that. So authentic.
Okay, I mean, my horn is longer, so I also need to... Okay, let's try. I mean, my laptop is dying when I'm making the sculpting. Let's move out everything. Okay, a little bit here, a little bit there. Okay, something like this. Maybe some small hit in this area. Okay, like this.
right, cool. What else can I talk about? I already talked about presents. Oh, hey, speaking of presents, I don't know if it could be classed as a present, but yeah, I'm going to be a dad. How about that? I just posted it on Instagram yesterday. But yeah, wife's pregnant, having a baby girl in February. So yeah, look forward to less tutorials from me in February. But yeah, that's on the way. So that's something. Cool. Hey, now it's starting to look good, I think. Good. All right, so what I'll do now is I'm going to turn off Dynamic Topo, and I'm just going to add a few extra hits to the side here. So holding down Control, and I'm just bashing it in. Now, the reason I'm turning it off is that if you have Dynamic Topo turned on, and then I was to paint it near these edges here, you'll get like distortion, because it will try to re-topo this high detailed area, which I don't want. So because I'm doing this after I've already done some sculpting with the Dynamic Topo, I am just making sure that I'm not losing that detail. So I'm turning off Dynamic Topo. All right, cool. Holding down Control, just do a few hits along here. Again, not uniform all the way over, but oh gosh, sorry. All right, a couple of hits here. Oh, I gotta turn on symmetry again, I guess. That's annoying when you forget that you've had it turned off for a while, and then the other side doesn't have any of that detail that you did. But all right, it's not too bad. This is the lazy part anyway, where you just hit it a few.
Так. Dina Topa. Topadina. Stuff. I mean, it's so laggy. If you look at my CP, yeah, it's dying sometimes. Actually, without this Dina Topo, it works much more smoother. But oh. But Ooh. Too much. Чунь. Boom. Okay, good. Here, pump. Here, think. Here. Symmetry off. Symmetry off. Pim. Pam. Boom. Beam. Bam. Boom. Pim. Okay, I think it's enough. Maybe some small hit in this area.
Few times. Cool. Now the other thing that I will do is I will use the tool which is called the pinch tool, and I will just go along these edges here, and I'll just sharpen out those edges. Let me just center this. There we go, so it's easier to rotate around it. Okay,
I will not do this because it's very laggy. I cannot
I'm
work like
magnifying
this.
it by holding down control. Okay, don't hold down control
It lags
while
too
you're doing
much.
the pinch thing, because it will flip it and it'll be magnified, which will not look right. But you can see the look that I'm doing there. So I'm just giving a sharpened edge to those areas there. Now in the next step, we're going to be adding in some texture detail so that these don't look stylized. But yeah, let's do another time lapse while I finish off and complete this detail bit.
Okay.
Okay,
can
so
make it.
I've pretty well
I will
finished
not.
the main part, the main hits, where it's been hit with a hammer. Now what I'm going to do is add in some slight detail inside these crevices. And the reason for that is that if you have a look at the reference photos, you can see that wherever there's been a hit or a chip,
I mean, I already added such crevices. I already added such crevices in my opinion. I mean, in some areas here I can make it also. Let's make it. Ting, ting, ting. I mean, it's lagging so much. I cannot. No, I cannot. It's lagging so much. I mean, in this area I made this, in this area, so let's just leave it like this. I will not do this. It's it's impossible to work when it's lagging so much. Each second I just afraid that the program will shut down and I will again hit the table with my fist. Sculpting completed. It's completed. It's completed. I will not do anything else. It's completed.
that the surface underneath is very porous. It's this jaggedy bit. It's not totally smoothed like ours is. So ours right now is sort of looking like this would sort of suit an Overwatch character, you know, like a stylized sort of look. But I want to go for photorealism, okay? So I am going to be adding in some detail. So here is how, here's how to add some text. Like you could, you know, go in here and like just very carefully dot, but I mean, that's going to be a nightmare and it's never going to look very good. But if you were to go to the properties, go to the texture panel over here, what I'm going to do is with the sculpt brush enabled, I'm going to go underneath texture, I'm going to click new, and then over here I'm going to select that new texture that I've created, and then I'm going to select clouds. So here what I can do is if I click on ramp, I can change, like if it's not like that, like basically as I'm drawing, like it'll do the clouds, but it's sort of like a uniform, just it's not very good. And also, by the way, it's tiling. So the first thing you want to do is get rid of that tiling effect. So I'm going to change this, instead of it being to view plane, which is the brush mapping default, I'm going to change it to random, which means I believe it's going to choose a random part of the texture every time it's used across the surface, so it doesn't have that awful, yeah, what I had going on just there for a second. The other thing I want to do is, yeah, enable ramp, and now I can choose, so now the areas that it actually paints with is a lot more noticeable. It's not that grayish thing. It's giving like severe parts that are down and then severe parts which are popping out. So yeah, and you can see that this is set to add right now. So as I draw, it's adding to it. If I hold down control, it's going to be subtracting to it. And the subtract is really what's going to give it a lot of the shape that we want. So with this done, what I'm going to do is in here, and you'll remember with the dynamic topo that the closer you get to it, the more detail it's going to add to that area. If I'm to draw right here, you can see I can very quickly just add in some detail. Now, this cloud level here, you can see that at this level, like if you zoom out to here, that detail is too fine. We don't want the detail to be that fine. So I'm going to undo it. And what I'm going to do, there's a couple of ways you could change the scale of it. One of them would just be to use a smaller brush or a larger brush, right? Because that's the actual texture. You can see the texture underneath it. But I don't want to have to use a gigantic brush, because then I would have to be all the way back here to use, no, all the way in to use it. Instead, what I want to do is change the size of it right here. So I'm just going to turn that way up to about 1. And now when I draw with it, you can see that it's a lot chunkier.
Change what?
So I'm just going to turn that way up to about 1. And now when I draw with it, you can see that it's a lot chunkier, right? I could go down a size if I want it to be a little bit finer. Now you can sort of see.
Okay, let's try. I hope it will not lag so much. So what we do? Dynotopo switched on. Okay. Lagging too much. Not possible to work. Switch off this. Brush settings. Texture. New. I need to create new texture, right? How do I create new texture? Texture 1. Texture. I want to create new texture. Okay, what if I make new and after this change to other? Здорово, Юрчик. Наковальня не взорвется в конце. Заебал, чё, блять, обязательно взорвать все надо? Так, texture 2. Блять. How to change? Cursor, full of stroke, tiled, random. А где менять эту texture? Fuck suck. Как наковальня может взорваться? Вот как? Ага. Динамит. Понял. Все. Вопросов нет. Ты вот мне лучше скажи, как мне, блядь, создать новый блядский материал? Я сейчас кого-нибудь пойду это провожать в кино. Still rains and more. Custom properties. Что это? New texture. Блядь, ну это же в displacement будет new texture. Ны. Brush texture 2. Класс. How to change texture. Fucking piece of shit. View. Create visual effect still. Rain. Блять, сука, это видео 5-летней давности, тут вообще все по-другому, я нихуя не понимаю. Нихуя не понимаю, блядь. А, он в тулсах ебанул, да, его? В тулсах. Тулсы, блядь, ну. Тул. Brush. Ну, типа. Fake user. I'm not fake. I'm real. Brush settings, бла-бла-бла. Texture. How to change, блять, to fucking random. Мені оце потрібно. Що це? Colors, ramp. Colors, ramp. Preview. Хую. How did you open this sculpt draw brush texture? Чекай. Блядь, чекай.
If you were to go to the properties, go to the texture.
Properties. Texture. Что texture?
But if you were to go
Давай диалог. Хочу диалог.
to the properties,
Всем с клиентом. Нажимайте слева квадрат. Тут. Инсценировочка сейчас будет. Небольшая. Инсценировочка. Нажимайте слева квадратик. Ага. Это право. Это, кстати, я так обычно прихожу в банк, и я так делаю. Юра, готовь жабу просто. Просто, блядь, готовь жабу. Я сейчас уже, походу, пойду ебать жабу.
go to the texture panel over here.
Go to the texture panel. Где, блядь, texture panel? Texture node. CNT. Movie clip. Dope. Hey, do you need some dope, man? Some good dope? Сука, чисто посмотри мое видео 5-летней давности. Оно на 50 версий, блять, сука, в прошлом веке. Там все по-другому, но видео заебись. Правда, ты там нихуя не сможешь понять, потому что у тебя, блядь, новая версия, где все, сука, по-другому. Ха-ха. Приятного просмотра, блядь. О! Понял. Спасибо. Сейчас буду 2 часа ебать голову, где найти этот ебучий properties texture членкщер. Ну это же не это, нихуя. Ну это ж нихуя не это, блядь. Так дал бы разочек нахуй тебе по шее, блядь. Texture. Browse texture to building. Где, блядь, эта ебучая менюшка с текстурами? Тут? Texture. Смотри, тут texture. Я беру texture 3. Так. Texture 3. Stroke. No. Remesh. Option. Понял, готовлю жабу. Блять, а почему сообщения пришли с таким запозданием, как? И чисто вышел из чата. О, зашел в чат. Чисто вышел из чата, зашел в чат. Думаю. Давай так. Лайфхак. Пишешь Blender Texture Menu. Что нормально идут? Меню. Меню, блядь. Texture Panel. Блядь, ну это какая? Версия 2.79. О, какая версия у вас? Сука. 3.22. Версия 2.79? 5-летней давности. А, сообщение. Ну типа... Ну, я не знаю, как в какой последовательности все было. У меня чисто нифига. Потом ты вышел из чата, потом пришло 4 сообщения, потом ты опять в чате. Ну нема цього, ну нема, блядь, нема. Чекай. Чекай. Так. Слушай, я, блядь, разберусь. Ой, зачем я это нажал? Ух. Блядь, думал, уже все, программа вылетит сейчас. Так, ну це метал у нас. Метал. Це ми маємо метал. От у нас texture. От у нас displays. Ну, повинно бути інакше. А як? Спитаєте ви. Надо, щоб ти отак от відкрив кісточку срану. Нажав тут texture. Відкрив. Вот! Блять. Блять, надо было просто нажать там вот эту блядскую кнопочку малюсенькую. Хорошо. Clouds. Вибрали Clouds. Тепер ми беремо сюди. Сайз робимо великий, так? Типу жух. И у меня вылетает нахер блендер, потому что уже... Блять, как же оно лагает в скульптинге, это просто звезда. Пык. Сила. Добавил силы, уменьшил силы. Пык. Да. И шо це? Блин, как эту камеру поправить? Чекай. Что я сделал? Ой, какое некрасивое. Стой, я просто хочу камеру поправить. Спасибо. Power of the sun in the palm of your hand. Almost, my friend. А, ты понял? Я вот так вот просто меньше делаю, вот так вот. Пум. Пожалуйста. Типа сайз надо делать больше, правильно? Чтобы было больше. Блять, оно так лагает. Компьютер. Что происходит? Все залагало. Все! Все! Все пропало, блядь. Не знаю, комп. Ты живый? Чекай. Ctrl-Z. Все. Все. Блядь, все. Все, он в ахуе. Он в ахуе. Пока. Всем пока. Блядь. Так. Сука. Выделяю. Делаю масштаб нормально. Убираю выделение. Перехожу обратно. Так чи нет? Пожалуйста. Блять, пропади. Пропади. Да. А, мы лагаем. Хьюстон, мы лагаем. Блять. Да уберись ты нахер. Сколько раз мне Ctrl-Z нажать, блять? Бля, сейчас реально вылетит нахуй все. Ой, блять. Да? О. Так. Еще раз. Нажимаю Tab. Нажал. Блять, как же оно лагает. Просто пиздеть. Выделение сделал. Масштабировал. Выделение убрал. Уберись. Нажал Tab. Tab нажал. Сохраню сейчас, да-да-да. Спасибо, что не помню. Тогда периодически сейвлю. Не, ну в таком виде оно у меня и засейвлено уже, как бы. Можно еще раз. Друг, блядь, 13 сейвов, блядь. Sculpting completed. В скобках not completed. Угу. Угу. Так. Так, теперь аккуратненько. Я браш выставил. Правильно. Texture new. Тут cloud. Ну, вроде мы готовы. Так, делаем тут size. Да почему оно на всю эту хуйню реагирует? Подожди. Не, оно неправильно. Оно неправильно. Чекай. Какой идет, блядь, стандартный сайз? 1? Это дисплей, блядь. Это не то. Сейчас надо этот обратно выставить. А когда гуманоидов делать? Член. Подожди, член. Надо научиться он этот делать. Тазик. Наковальню, в смысле. Да ты видишь, я наковальню делаю, у меня уже комп. Все. Умирает. Если я буду член лепить, то... Ну, точно у меня это... Ой. Уже богат. А знаешь, сколько тут надо? Тут надо... Тут надо, блять, чтобы у меня не лагало, во-первых. Смотри, все. Все, пизда. Все. Ну, это такая очень побитая наковальня. 0,2. Ну, вроде так и было. Так, а тепер беремо через сюди. Texture New. New. От сюди нажимаю. О, і тепер воно мені показує, що потрібно. Тепер Clouds. Тепер роблю тут одиницю. Жух. Сюди вжух. Сюди вжух. Сюди вжух. Чуть віддалив, чуть-чуть зменшив. І пик. Ніфіга. Чекай. Так. Пик-пик-пик-пик. Что вообще меняется? Ну. А все? О. Полосочка. Так, чекай, мені потрібно в інший бік. Щоб воно було, а для цього потрібно тут зробити add. А тепер зробити отако і пау. Так. Є така штука. Тепер робимо пау. Ще раз пау. Пау. І що це? Це не те. Ну, если просто нажать, ну типа такой... Не дуже. О, писюн. Пиздуй фотошоп. Чтобы в фотошопе рисовать текстурку, надо уметь рисовать ее в фотошопе для начала. Но вообще для блендера нужен нормальный такой компостер. Мой, конечно, не справляется. Но просто, вот типа, когда ты рендеришь, он берет ресурсы с... Да, блядь. Он берет ресурсы с видеокарты. Когда ты вот просто в real time вот это все делаешь, он берет ресурсы какого-то хера с ЦП. И ЦП такой чисто, ну я все, пойду отдохну. А видеокарта такая на чили чисто, на солнышке греется. И я не знаю, как это изменить. Я уже вроде во всех настройках выставил, чтобы он это... ресурсы брал с видеокарты, но он все равно берет с процессора, и типа, и ничего ты не поделаешь. Ну что это? Вот здесь нарисуй и все. И вот здесь. И все. И вот здесь. И здесь. Все. И вот у меня получилась такая вот блямба. Типа дофига damage. Significant damage. Вот то же самое тут, тут. Красиво? Мені здається, що красиво. Попробуй переместить ЦП в ЛС. Понял. Попозже. Это не на стриме. То есть, ну, то есть центральный процессор, то есть. Я ничем таким не занимаюсь. Вы не подумайте, люди. Люди. Тут люди есть. Кто люди, плюс в чат. За меня минус. Ну, короче, вот такие писюны надо нарисовать. Ага, конечно. Нарисовал. А, ты один тут? Ну, позови кого-нибудь. Мы с кем разговариваем. А потомки смотреть будут. О, 2 лайка, видишь? Это, наверное, макс. Я, короче, замечаю уже 3-й или 4-й стрим. Я запускаю. Кто-то заходит. сидит минуту и выходит. Я не знаю, кто это, может это Макс? Ставит лайк и выходит. Кто это еще может быть? Короче, вот так вот аккуратненько, степ-бай-степ, но работает. Так вот можно делать. That's a significant damage. Как там? Мемчики были. По мемчик. А ну-ка, разберись, Серец. Надо этот вопрос выяснить. Это очень важно. Так, немножечко больше делаем кысточку. Тако. 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 Вот это. Это. Чуть меньше. Пим. Пам. И все. Вот тут разочек бомбанул. Тут разочек бомбанул. Тут разочек бомбанул. Бомбанул. Здесь разочек. Тут бомбанул. Тут 2 разочка бомбанул. Ага, и у нас смеш нахуй вылетел в очко. Да? Тако. Ну, это очень маленько. Это очень маленько. Мэш, ну не вылазь. Ну, прошу тебя. Можешь нормально, блин, это, мэшиться? Алло, это мэш? Нет. Ну, это ты понял, что. Да что это такое? Где мой смут? А ну давай. Выравнивай тут все. Им. Еще. Пим. Что это? Почему ты появляешься? Пропади. Смотри, оно все больше и больше делает. Ясно? Обидно, да? Мне обидно, когда нахуй зависает блендер. Ctrl-Z, Ctrl-Z. Пиздец. 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 Невозможно работать. Слушай, надо вот этот дингльбоб выключить. А, не, он тут нужен, блин, этот дингльбоб. Сейчас скажу. Подожди. Сейчас скажу, как называется правильно. Да, господи. Господи. Да, вот так вот 8 часов на стриме и работаешь, а из них Дин топал, а он уже выключен. Дин топал, вот видишь? Не Дингльбоб. Ctrl-Z, Ctrl-Z. Ну все. Вот и вот и порисовали. Короче, я походу этот момент в теории пройду. Вот. Мы на практике чуть-чуть попробовали. Понравилось, очень здорово. Все. Вот этот мэш только уберу, чтобы его видно не было. Это меня он бесит. Да давай. Ну так включи на фон тему Человека-паука 94 года. И что будет? А что будет? Блять, когда он уже пропадет? А, весело. У тебя интересное понимание слова весело. Не, ну будет-то весело, согласен, но Что мне на повторе крутить теперь Спайдермена 24/7? Оно не пропадет никогда, да? Я так понял. Сколько раз мне еще на Ctrl-Z нажать? А если я включу материал, что тут будет? Ой, как красиво. Ой, как красиво. Когда у тебя мэш вылазит на жопу. Как его убрать, блядь, я не понимаю. Все, похер, пусть будет так. Не видно будет. Вот так же его не видно. Да не, ну, нормально. Все, оставляем так. И этот урок мы пройдем в теоретической части. Это знаешь, это как в школе пришел там на уроки информатики. Сегодня мы проходим программу там такую-то. Но у нас нет ее лицензии, поэтому мы не можем типа ее использовать. Поэтому я вам просто покажу презентацию, как работает эта программа, и все. Спрашивать, она? Это мужик.
Here, what I'm going to do is with the sculpt brush enabled, I'm going to go underneath texture, I'm going to click new, and then over here I'm going to select that new texture that I've created, and then I'm going to select clouds. So here what I can do is if I click on ramp, I can change, like if it's not like,
училка в
basically
школе.
as I'm drawing.
А у меня был учитель в школе, в смысле? Ща доебусь. Ты ж помнишь этого, как его? Маленький такой у нас был этот мужичок. Илья. Илья его вроде звали, я не помню отчество. У меня был мужчина-учитель.
Like it'll do the clouds, but it's sort of like a uniform. Just it's not very good. And also, by the way, it's tiling. So the first thing you want to do is get rid of that tiling effect. So I'm going to change this, instead of it being to view plane, which is the brush mapping default, I'm going to change it to random, which means I believe it's going to choose a random part of the texture every time it's used across the surface, so it doesn't have that awful yeah, what I had going on just there for a second. The other thing I want to do is enable ramp, and now I can choose so now the areas that it actually paints with is a lot more noticeable. It's not that grayish thing. It's giving like severe parts that are down and then severe parts which are popping out. So yeah, and you can see that this is set to add right now. So as I draw, it's adding to it. If I hold down control, it's going to be subtracting to it. And the subtract is really what's going to give it a lot of the shape that we want. So with this done, what I'm going to do is in here, and you'll remember with the dynamic topo that the closer you get to it, the more detail it's going to add to that area. If I'm to draw right,
Черненькая. Блин, что-то я помню, какая-то была. Ну, сейчас уже, правда, ну, не помню. Какая-то была, да, вроде. И разочек она у нас даже вроде была, но что-то я совсем ее не помню, как она выглядела.
right here, you can
Если
see
бы ты не сказал, я бы даже
just
и не
adding some
вспомнил,
detail.
что она была.
This cloud level here, you can see that at this level, like if you zoom out to here, that detail is too fine. We don't want the detail to be that fine, so I'm going to undo it. And what I'm going to do, there's a couple of ways you could change the scale of it. One of them would just be to use a smaller brush or a larger brush, right? Because that's the actual texture. You can see the texture underneath it. But I don't want to have to use a giant brush, because then I would have to be all the way back here to use, no, all the way in to use it. Instead, what I want to do is change the size of it right here. So I'm just going to turn that way up to about 1. And now when I draw with it, you can see that it's a lot chunkier, right? I could go down a size if I want it to be a little bit finer.
Файн. Блин, у него так оно все работает гладенько. So smooth. Smooth. А у меня работает как S.
Now you can sort of see how that's going to look. Okay, so
Yes.
that looks pretty good.
It will
So
look
I am
very
going
pretty
to
good, but I will
continue
not
this
use
all
it
the way around.
because
So
my comp is
I'm
going to
subtracting and I'm
explode.
adding as
Ты спрашивал насчет взрывающейся наковальни, а у меня у меня взорвется ноут просто и все. Наковальня не взорвется, но ноут взорвется.
as I draw. So I'll add a little bit and I'll subtract a little bit. And
Да,
just
и он
try and
еще
make
это
it look
записывает, ему
like-
надо. Ну, кстати, у него при записи иногда, когда там какие-то жесткие такие рендеры идут, у него картинка лагает, ну вот именно его лица. Видно, что, ну, в Паризе так нормально. Но потом норм, это так, на пару секунд максимум.
My reference photo right in here. Again, these reference photos, if you want them, YouTube description, there's a little zip file for you there.
Ну, не знаю, что у него было 5 лет назад. Ну, тоже пойдет взрываю. Но... Нет, не взорву. Вот мне еще нужен. Типа, не знаю, какое железо у него было 5 лет назад, когда он записывал это видео, но когда я делал туториал с пончиком, он делал, типа, в начале 22 года, у него было 2 Тайтана и какая-то там нормальная ЦПХ, типа. И у него все летало. Ну, тут, наверное, у него тоже такое нормальное что-то. Может, у него уже тогда были Тайтаны. А вдруг это не в призыв, вдруг это склейка. Да какая, блин, разница? Мне главное, чтобы понятно было. Может, и склейка. И шо?
But anyways,
Мне
time
главное,
lapse
чтобы
time.
у меня
Let's
лагов
finish
не
it.
было. Подожди. А, это он подставил музыку. Time to finish. Time lapse. Okay, very nice. You can make your job. I will just stare because I'm not gonna make it. Лучше б Тайтана купил на стол. Не, ну типа, я бы
So
тоже
at
хотел
this
себе
point
Тайтана. Не, ну сейчас уже
of,
лучше...
of the sculpt, I've noticed
Сейчас уже лучше 4090, да? Или какая там? Или уже 50 есть? Подожди. Nvidia 50 5000 Series уже есть такая? RTX за 5000. Не, еще нет, пока только 4. Nvidia 40D, цей. Nvidia 4090 купити Україна. О, розетка. Що тут у нас? Угу. 100 000. А, ось я за 85. А чому менше коштує? А, дивись, це в нас Game Rock, а це TUF Gaming. Тобто від різних виробників. Ну, типу, 100 000. Скільки це у нас? 100 000. Ділимо на 36,5. 2700 баксів. С профаналитикой железа. Я что, похож на профаналитика? Я вот могу тебе проанализировать, что 2700 баксов за видеокарту это охуеть. Как дорого. У меня ноут меньше стоит весь, чем эта видеокарта. Лорные видео по 40к не будет таких. Надо лор, блядь, для начала хотя бы чуть-чуть выучить, чтобы это лорное видео делать. А читать Вахопедию как-то не хочется. Не прикольно. А Чичи борода? А, да? Похож. Ну, задонатишь $5000 и будет.
that I've sort of run out of detail
Ну шо.
on some of these areas. So I am going to drop the dynamic topper one more level down to 1 pixels, which is going to give me double the amount of detail.
Да,
Where
подмедленно
I,
Я даже могу в 3D сделать этого. А чё охуел? То не. А что, дорого? А сколько дашь? Сколько дашь?
put the brush, right? So yeah.
Не, за 5000 баксов я реально, я даже модельку как Космодеса сделаю в блендере. Пусть даже лагать будет, все равно сделаю.
Again, don't go overboard, because otherwise it will look funny when you zoom out. Actually, that does kind of look a little bit funny. So maybe I'll just turn up this size.
200 гривен? Ну смотри, за 200 гривень... За 200 гривень можу подякувати.
But yeah, I do want there to be some detail, but just not too much detail. So it's just getting that blend. So zooming out, zoom in, just make sure that it looks right.
Який красивый таймлапс. А, и он это еще делает везде. Что у тебя за комп, Вася? Блин, ну у него реально, у него как-то работает именно от видеокарты. Это 100%. Я не знаю, как это, блядь, выставить. Вот преференс. Где тут? System. Вот, System, Optics, GeForce 1070. Все, вот галочка. Вот тут нет галочки. Тут тоже галочка, тут нет галочки. Галочка. Алло, галочка. Что-то ты невыгодные капиталовложения. А сколько ты в меня вложил? Ты еще ничего не вложил даже, а я уже смотри, как много всего умею. Умею, чтоб ноут лагал. Не, ну что, 5000 это выгодное вложение. Я смогу себе взять GTX 4090, и у меня не будет лагать блендер. Подумай, выгодно.
And then finished our sculpt. We've added in some tiny amounts of noise / looking detail in the crevices or whatever. A few don't have it, some does, some didn't. If I was making this for a game, I might spend a little bit extra time really going in there, but this is like the 6th time I've done this today, and it looks pretty good, honestly. So that's just gonna do it for us, guys. So if you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up. In the next video,
yes,
we
I
are
enjoyed the video.
Taking that detail and then baking it onto this so that we get the detail from our high poly mesh, but the joy of a low poly mesh. So that's what we're going to do in the next video. So if you want to watch that, click it right there. And
4 години. Ну ладно, давай.
This is a normal map, and when you apply it to a mesh, it creates the illusion of height information without costing you anything in render times. Now, normal maps are frequently found on material websites like Polygon, as it allows you to create more realistic looking materials. But you can also create your own normal map by taking a high-res mesh, placing it on top of a low-res mesh, then baking the detail from one to the other. This method is used extensively in video games, and in fact, if you go looking for it, you'll find that almost every single model in a AAA game has a normal map baked onto it, because it's free detail. It costs nothing in performance, but it adds significant detail and realism. And while it's often associated with video games, it's not exclusive. You'll find baked normals across most objects in movies as well, as it adds surface level detail without costing anything in render times. It's a really useful trick. I think you'll find a lot of use for it. So let's get to it. Okay, so on layer 1, we have our high polyed anvil with sculpting details and everything. And then on layer 2, I have this lower poly anvil, very simplified mesh. If you want to download this blend file, you can. It's in the YouTube description, or if you've been following on from the last tutorials,
Okay.
then you should have something like this as well.
Okay, so this one is our finished sculpting. We will not add any more details to it, so we can just save this one. Save as 14 completed 100%. Save. Okay. Okay, now we go to layout. Layout. Yeah, and if you check, if you change to the edit mode, it's really looks ugly. But now we will make a normal map from this mesh. Let's go.
Now, first thing, before you start baking anything, is you want to make sure that both the high poly and the low poly mesh are sharing the same position. Like they're overlapping each other. And you can see that ours sort of is, but it's not quite there. So what I'm going to do is just select both meshes, and then I'm going to hit Alt G. And Alt G just moves the selected object to the exact center of the grid.
Alright, so we just make this one visible. We select both objects and we press Alt G. Alt G. Okay. Okay.
Floor there, and because the origin point is the same, it's made them perfectly line up, and now you can see that they are exactly overlapped. Okay, cool. The other thing I want you to note is that we are in cycles render mode. There's a slightly different workflow if you're using the old internal renderer, so that's why I'm telling you right now. Make sure you are in cycles render mode.
I mean, we are in cycles and we are in GPU mode, right? Right, let's make 100 here, 100 here.
Okay, now the next thing you need to do is you need to create an image file, because we are creating a normal map, and because there's not we're creating it out of thin air, we have to first of all create that image. So I'm going to split this view here, and I'm going to go to the UV image editor. Okay, so this is where it normally displays your render, which is why it says render result there. But if we click image and then hit new, this little pop-up here appears. So first of all, give it a name.
New name Anvil. Anvil.
Normal. And then for the width,
why normal?
Height, that's quite important.
It's normal, to be normal, okay. Normal. And what is important?
Because if it's too small of an image file, like dimension wise, you're going to see like blurriness in your actual final looking normal map. So you want to make sure that it is big enough. 1 is a little bit too small. 2K is better. K, by the way, is like 1,000. So yeah, if this was 2,000, that would be okay. But it's actually better if it is 4K in this particular case. So instead of actually just clicking this and typing in 4,000, you want to actually keep the numbers to the power of 2, I believe that is. So the easiest way to do this is if it's 1024, if you just type in times or star 4, it's now done that multiplication for you in the field, which is a cool little trick. A lot of people don't realize you.
Pim, 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 pim. Okay.
You can do like divided by 3 or whatever. Oh, and the other thing you can do is if you just hit Control C over one value and then Control V, then it pastes it. There you go, little trick. Okay, so you hit OK.
You hit OK and you are OK. Oh, and nothing visible. Very nice.
And look at that. We have a completely black looking square, which is fine. Now, the bake settings is exactly where my head is, so I'm going to move my face out of the way because it's less important than this. So the baking information, that's here in the render view, render panel. Right at the bottom, you'll see one that says bake right here. So the bake type by default
Render, sampling layer, bake. Hello.
is set to combined. We want to change it to normal.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can leave all of these settings as its default, but because we are baking from one object onto another, what we want to do is select selected to active. And then once you've done that, you want to make sure that you first of all select your high poly.
Так, bake type. Normal. Select to active. And what do you want?
Mesh first. So first is the high poly mesh, and I know that it's that because I can see all the sculpting detail there, and then select your low poly mesh afterwards. So selected to active is it's everything which is selected.
Хороший стрім, но я пойду посплю трошки. От. Да, давай. Хорошого видиха. Дякую, що завітав. Стави включено, щоб тебе капали просмотр. Thank you very much. Much appreciate this. Much appreciate your support. You are the best viewers in the world. Thank you.
Selected, it's going to bake it to the active object. The active is the last one which is selected because it is that lighter orange color, whereas the previous selected objects are orange. So there you go. A little bit, I don't know, got to work your head around it. But there you go. So now that we've done that, if we were to hit bake, you would see that it says no active image found. You might think, well, why? We've already created this one here. Well, it's actually looking for it in the material settings of that object. So if we were to split this view right here, settings, we've already created this one here. Well, it's actually looking for it in the material settings.
So we need to choose this one. And after this one. Right.
Of that object. So if we were to split this view right here, and then change this to be the node editor, and then here, so again, this is with the selected object.
Що робиться? Node editor. Жук. And nothing,
which is the low poly object. There's no material, so I'm just going to hit new, and then here
new. Right, this is it. Material. Geometry nodes editor, texture nodes editor. This one, right? We need like material node editor. Wait, image editor, and here new UV editor. Material surface. Okay, wait, one more time.
That you first of all select your high poly mesh first. So first is the high poly mesh, and I know that it's that because I can see all the sculpting detail there, and then select your low poly mesh afterwards. So selected to active is it's everything which is selected, it's going to bake it to the active object. The active is the last one which is selected because it is that lighter orange color, whereas the previous selected objects are orange. So there you go. A little bit, I don't know, got to work your head around it, but there you go. So now that we've done that, if we were to hit bake, you would see that it says no active image found. You might think, well, why? We've already created this one here. Well, it's actually looking for it in the material settings of that object. So if we were to split this view right here, and then change this to be the node editor, and then here, so again, this is with the selected object.
Okay, once again, node editor. Node add bits shader editor,
which is the low poly object. There's no material, so I'm just going to hit new. And then here, it's just created a diffuse shader, whatever, doesn't matter. What we want to do is add in.
Yes, this is it. Shader menu.
An image texture node. So texture, image texture. So that was Shift A I used to bring this thing up. So Shift A. And then just click, drop that in here. And then from this drop down, we're just going to select the name of our image that we created. So I'm just going to click.
Shift A, texture, image texture. Normal. Delete.
Normal. Now, because this image texture node is selected, now when we hit normal, it's going to start finally baking. So it's a little roundabout way of getting there, and it's a little bit fiddly, and you wouldn't be alone if you thought like, wow, that's a little bit of a weird workflow. But I believe the reason it's doing it looks for the selected node in the material is that it is this baking setting allows you to bake every single object in a scene at the same time. So if you wanted to do that at the same time for every object, you would need to make sure that the material, there's a node in it selected. So that's that workflow. Anyways, it'll take you about 30 seconds.
Ага, 30 seconds. Я вже бачу, як воно буде 30 seconds. Так. Render. Bake. Circular image. Okay. 30 seconds. Let's see. I think it's already more than 30 seconds, don't you think so? Okay, 80%. Again, 33%. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Shots and bacon map saved to the internal image set in zero pattern. So this is our color. This is our normal map.
And 100%. There we go. Okay, so this is the image that it has baked. Now, if you're not used to, normal maps, you're probably thinking like, is that right? Looks
I don't know.
pretty weird to me, but maybe it's right. Well, no, it's half right. Okay, so this purple, pink, bluey sort of color, that's really good. So it's got some of it right, but it's got this mustard green values for everything else. So if you see like this mustard green, that's basically incorrect. It means that something hasn't baked properly. I believe it means it's baking the opposite side of a face that it should be. But anyway, the reason that it has done that is that down here, underneath selected active, you've got a ray distance value. And that is the distance that the mesh is going shooting the rays out from the face to find the high poly mesh. So it found some of the information okay, like on the inside there, but the stuff that is pointing outside the mesh, it hasn't found it at all. So you just need to increase the value to be anything that isn't 0. So let's try 0.1 and let's bake that and let's see what we get.
Okay. Ray distance 0.1. Bake. Wait, why it's showing? Look, bake type normal. Circular dependency for image metal from object duplicate ending. Circular dependency for image. Okay. let's wait. It's interesting that it makes it twice. I don't know why. Maybe it's supposed to be like this because it's like taking one mesh after this another mesh and just it needs to make it 2 times. I don't know. We will see now. I hope it will work properly. Come on, come on, come on. Make your bake. Bacon map saved into. What bacon map? I cannot see anything here. Is it supposed to be like this?
And 100%. There we go. Okay, so this is what we've got. And this is almost there. It's like totally purple and blue and pink, which is great. And then right up here, we've got a little green area. So something's not right as well. And the reason for that is that that area right there, that portion of the mess, if we were to go into edit mode and have a look, we would see that it's this little circle right here. So this ray distance, what it's actually doing is it's shooting the rays outside the mesh, which is great, but it's also happened to shoot it in this little area and it's actually hitting the walls on the other side. So basically this value is slightly too high. So let's try half of that value, which would be 0.05. And now when we bake it, we can see that it looks fine. So that green area's gone away and you can see the rest of it looks fantastic. 0.05. And now when we bake it, we can see that it looks fine. So that green area's gone away and you can see the rest of it looks fantastic. So congratulations, you have baked your normal. So the next step is to save it. So go image.
No, I didn't save my normal. How to bake normal in Blender 322. Settings, render, bake. Example? No example. Okay, tell me, mister.
Hey guys, I'll show you how to bake. So first of all, we're gonna need to make new UV maps for our objects, for each one of our objects. We're just gonna call it UV map bake, and the other one UV map bake. So do this for each and every object. So each one of our objects, we're just gonna call it UV map bake, and the other one UV map bake. So do this for each and every object. So we're gonna go to UV editing, add in a new image. Make it any resolution you want, I don't care. Call it bake. Okay. And now we're gonna go to object mode, select everything, edit mode, resolution you want, I don't care. Call it bake. Okay. And now we're gonna go to object mode, select everything, edit mode, select everything, Smart UV project. So when unwrapping Smart UV projecting, you make sure you add in like a 0.03 margin, because that's gonna make sure that textures don't collide with each other. Okay. Next, let's go. Every texture node that uses UV map data, we're gonna need to replace the default UV with, that's gonna be the first UV map, not the one that we created just now, the first one, and plugged into the vector. Here, also do that. The first one, vector, and do this for each and every that uses UV map data. Now we have to add in an image texture node somewhere, anywhere in our shader editor, and add in an UV map. This time it's gonna be the UV map bake connected. Select the image texture that we just made, so the bake one, and we're gonna have to Control-C, copy it to every one of our materials, the same thing. And now make sure that the image node is selected, that the white outline is only on the image node that we just created, and that this is on every one of our materials. It must be active, it must be a white outline. So when you've done that, let's go to render properties, cycles. It must be in cycles. It doesn't appear in Eevee as far as I know, but if you work in Eevee, you can switch to cycles and go back to Eevee again. And on the render, we're gonna turn off noise threshold, samples 10. 10 works fine. It lowers the time, so I think it's good. So now, before we start baking, we actually need to select any of our materials that use metalness, so any metallic material.
Okay.
Okay, let's have a look at the material in the shader editor. The low poly has a default shader, a principled shader. And the first thing we have to do is to add a normal map node. So press Shift and A to add the node and search for normal map. Here it is. Now I connect it to the normal input of the principled shader. And then I go ahead and add another node, which is an image texture. This I connect to the normal map, the color output to the color input. And last but not least, we need an image, so I press New to create it. I increase the size to 2K, and the name we can set to normal cube, for instance. Okay, great, and now important, set the color space to non-color data. Okay, nice. With this setup, we are ready to bake onto the normal image. But I want to see what I'm baking, so I open a new window. And in the dropdown, I select the image editor. Here you see the image that we created, the normal cube. If you don't see it, then select it. And then be sure that you have the node for the image selected. Okay, now comes the tedious step in which you have to select both meshes, both objects. So first of all, I make the high poly object visible, then select it in the viewport, then press the Shift key and select the low poly as well. That's important to select first the high, then the low poly. Then go to the render properties and choose the Cycles render engine, because we need this for baking. Then we have to go to the bake section and select normal for the bake type. Then be sure to have this option checked, selected to active, to bake the selected high poly to the active low poly object. This is why we selected the objects in this order. The maximum ray distance can be set to 0 most of the time, but I often have to change the extrusion. Let's have a look at this example. Some geometry of the high poly mesh is above the low poly mesh. This can happen when you sculpt the details to the high poly mesh, but of course when I bake it now, I want these details to be baked onto the normal map. You can measure this. This one is about 32 millimeters above the top plane of the low poly mesh. So in order to cover these details when baking, I set the extrusion to a value of about 34 or 35 millimeters. Alright, so let's go ahead and press bake.
Okay, so normal map. Normal map, color, normal, color space. I cannot change it. After this I choose first main, after this the second one. After this one 0, this one 002. Okay, 005. Select to active, normal,
and press 5 millimeters. Alright, so let's go ahead and press bake.
bake. I guess this time it will work correctly. and and come on, come on, come on.
And after a short while, you see the normal map in the image editor. Now can hide the high poly object and see the normal map on the low poly mesh.
Mm. Да нахер.
Now we can play around with the shader, change the roughness or the color. And the normal map gives you the material in the shader editor. The low poly has a default shader, a principal shader. And the first thing we have to do is to add a normal map node. So press Shift and A to add the node and search for normal map. Here it is. Now I connect it to the normal input of the principal shader. And then I go ahead and add another node, which is an image texture. This I connect to the normal map, the color output to the color input. And last but not least, we need an image, so I press New to create it. I increase the size to 2K, and the name we can set to normal cube, for instance. Okay, great, and now important, set the color space to non-color data.
Okay. Delete. This normal, delete. Duplicated anvil. Shift A, input, texture, image texture, new, Normal map. Okay. Non-color. Color.
Okay, nice. With this setup, we are ready to bake onto the normal image. But I want to see what I'm baking, so I open a new window. And in the dropdown, I select the image editor. Here you see the image that we created, the normal cube. If you don't see
Normal map.
it, then select it. And then be sure that you have the node for the image selected.
Node for the image select.
Okay, now comes the tedious step in which you have to select both meshes, both objects. So first of all, I make the high poly object visible, then select it in the viewport, then press the Shift key and select the low poly as well. That's important to select first the
High poly. Low poly.
high, then the low poly. Then go to the render properties and choose the cycles.
Render properties, cycles, GPU, select, extrusion. Bake. Please. 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 What's wrong with my internet speed? I cannot understand. Some troubles. Some real troubles. We are losing a lot of frames. Internet, hello. Hello, internet. What's wrong? What's wrong with you today? Fucking internet.
Render engine because we need this for baking. Then we have to go to the bake section and select normal for the bake type. Then be sure to have this option checked, selected to active, to bake the selected high poly to the active low poly object. This is why we selected the objects in this order. The maximum ray distance can be set to 0 most of the time, but I often have to change the extrusion. Let's have a look at this example. Some geometry of the high poly mesh is above. You can make it to a and after a short bake. Alright, so let's go ahead and press bake. And
I don't know. Supposed to work. We'll see now. Please work. Okay guys, thank you everybody for watching this stream. Today was very productive stream. I fucked this fucking blender and it's fucking not working as I wish, and I already have no power today to change its I mean, I have already no power to fight with him today. So yeah, we will continue tomorrow. Thank you everybody for watching and see you. Bye.